I'm like, whenever you want to do something, you gotta like make the thing to make the thing. I'm never making the thing to make the thing again. I'm making the thing that nobody makes. I am so tired of everything. So like over the last couple months, way too long. So this is Shrek, whatever, or it's not actually Shrek. I don't know if Shrek's copyrighted or whatever, but I want to get this on the video card. That's just like a side quest. What I need is desktop capture on the video card. That was the main thing. And then it turned into like time scheduler, device input, GPU. Just lots of this is going to go to the JavaScript engine. So like this is like boring quads. Extremely boring. And then that's Shrek, whatever. So to get Shrek on to this window, holy fuck. Oh my god. God damn. Wow. Oh, this is a lot of work. Why doesn't this window close? I clicked the X. There it goes. Okay, so last couple months. The GPU is like a joke. It has to be a joke. Just, oh my god. The planning. And nothing goes to plan. And then the setup. And nothing ever sets up correctly. And then the redoing. The over and over and over. Oh, the goddamn pipeline. Oh my god. Alright, so. Kind of like this, the pipeline whatever for the GPU. I don't know which of these is like most recent. Whichever one it is. I have files. And I'm using JavaScript to code generate it. So does that still work? Hopefully. Out folder. So I'm gonna delete these. I'm gonna double check everything works because I changed a couple things and something probably got fucked up. All these go in here just in case it doesn't run and I need them. So now alright, so now it should run and then make the files for the GPU. Yay. Hooray. Does it run? Oh, this computer's so slow. Yay. something could be broken, and I just don't know yet. Does a desktop capture work? So I have desktop capture. That was so easy compared to the rest. But to get it onto a quad, and to like copy the frame buffer, and then update and bind it to a freaking, oh my god. Alright, so this works. So what I need is I need to blitz pixels to a quad. Because you can only do animations and shit on a quad. You either like override the frame buffer and just set stuff to it like a box, or you gotta go through all this. You gotta set up an entire fucking, holy fuck. You gotta set up the whole thing. So when I'm done, I'll be able to load Shrek. I gotta set up all this stuff to get this freaking capture onto a quad. I gotta set up the whole thing. I'm code generating the whole thing here. This is ridiculous. I'm gonna like get back to whatever in a second. Alright, so after the last couple months, oh, I'm gonna lose it. This is taking so long. This graphics pipeline, whatever. There's a difference. Oh, I can't even. Oh, I can't. There's no way to simplify it. It's not even possible. So like each of these branches, they all overlap. Let's say you have like a thing. Except it's made of like several different stages. And then sometimes there's a stage missing in between, so it's not like top to bottom, it's like all these different, yeah, whatever. And the GPU runs them in order. And it's to like a single, like Shrek or something. But not necessarily Shrek. Like it depends on how you set it up. Except you can like if you do like hair, teeth, that's so creepy. Clothes, skin, man, the GPU is creepy. And you put it on like different shaders or whatever, you end up with like all these pieces. And you end up with like, you merge them to like a final thing. And then you treat it as a collection. And then you apply it to a mesh or whatever. And the mesh might be like the Shrek or whatever object thingy, uniform buffer object. And then you gotta copy Shrek over to the GPU. Oh, it's so much fun. Let's say like this is Shrek. You gotta copy him over to the GPU using like all these special memory buffer things. You gotta copy it over. So you need a copy for the GPU, but also for the CPU. That doesn't include texture. So let's say there's a texture. That's right, you gotta put it on the GPU. And it doesn't just go with the mesh. It's a completely separate, isolated thing that you grab pieces from. You just try to like pool resources. So that really goes over here. Let's say you want like a movie or a video. You want desktop capture or something. And you have the desktop capture. And you figured out how to get it in a fucking like, I think it's a bitmap. It better be. If this is not a bitmap, oh god. This better be a bitmap. Fucking fuck. So, you get the desktop capture right. Now, you gotta like, frame by frame, unless you get exclusive access to the NVIDIA, whatever the fuck it is, you gotta like submit and they gotta accept you. I'm not wasting my time on that shit. I hate NVIDIA. That douche in his fucking leather coat, I swear to fuck. And all the time, he's talking in like cult lingo. He talks about the current upstream. God. He's such a fucking elite. He's so stupid. He doesn't even know anything about the GPU. Stupid leather coat. Fuck. Alright, so like, you gotta get, if it's like desktop capture, I'll change the color. You need like a staging buffer to like copy it in to actually copy it. So you have like the original capture, like here, whatever. You gotta copy that to the staging buffer. And then the staging buffer goes to the actual buffer. But you gotta call the GPU to do that. And I think that's another copy. I don't even remember anymore. And then it's like the GPU like grabs it at some point. And then it's like in the memory, along with like textures, whatever. And then at that point, you can access it with these files. Wherever you need it, it's available. And then it gets applied to whatever's attached to this blob and whatever generic like buffer thing. Just oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. So it's like the GPU in a nutshell. It's fucking nuts. It's not even funny. So like video card rendering, or like rendering video on the GPU, like Sony Vegas or like Adobe Effects, whatever the fuck it is. I can actually like set shit up so you can like access the fucking video card memory. It'd be so awesome. So like it's all worth it, whatever. Alright, so let's see, like this is like the C program file, and then these are the shader files for the GPU. I have a single header where I define for both the GPU and the CPU. Because a couple seconds ago, like, you gotta keep a copy on the CPU and then for the GPU. And then you have to keep track of it. And then you can't just like change the GPU memory. You gotta like change the CPU and its opaque pointers, what it points to. And you gotta keep it all in sync. So I have a single header. Well, single headers. There's many headers. This is a generated file. I am pre-computing every possible combination in advance. Because I'm fucking tired of this shit. I'm gonna replace with assembly after. Fuck C language. So I have it set up here, whatever. It's literally just accumulating a couple counters for all of the different devices. So like sound card, Ethernet, GPU, just drivers, whatever. Man, this is so complicated to organize. So like the two squirrels means it's like it's a core file or something. It describes the files to follow. These hold the overall counters, and then GPU file is the main file for the GPU, driver, whatever. And then this has squirrel and then mesh. So this is a squirrel followed by underscore, which means it's like the main file. This is for a mesh, This is for a real, and this is for like a still, like an image on a GPU. So the shader files all tie to this stuff. So I have a single file that works for C and for the shader, and that was a pain in the ass. There's different rules for different compilers. This has to be a joke. This stuff has to be a fucking joke. You always have to make the thing to make the fucking thing. Because a fucking thing, the operating system doesn't exist. This is not an operating system. This is garbage. Linux, Mac, Windows, garbage. Alright, so let's meet. I gotta find a shader file. And then the sound card died. Oh. It's not detecting it. I had MIDI, synth, and all that shit to set up. I have another sound card, except it's fucking staticky. This is chatbot's math. This shit does not work. Oh, chatbot is a joke. Holy fuck. Where the heck is the GPU stuff? The C file. Oh man. Oh, so this is a shared header file. It's like this file, whatever. Yeah, that's right. The single file is distributed across a fuckload of files. Oh, this is so much fun. So, there's bindings that you pick, and then there's sets for descriptor sets. And it seems like a game. The newer GPUs have more descriptor sets than the older ones. And then the more stuff you fit per descriptor set or something, Oh, this is so complicated. What is even the difference between these? Oh, okay, so for the shader file, this is the binding type, and it's enum or something, because that's how the API works. It's ridiculous. So that says like it's the image sampler combined, whatever fuck it is, and there's a bunch of different ones, and this is a layout on the GPU. So it says layout binding equals sample 0 binding option fragment shader whatever, and then this is uniform sample 2D whatever. Alright, so like this number here is binded to 0, and this one's binded to this. I think 1, and then this one goes to 2. Oh no, that's a vertex. That's a different thing. Alright, so like this little section here, I define all the little pieces to like route all the pieces, and then I have complete control over this entire fucking chain. And this chain at the same time. I just change a couple numbers and then drags through the whole thing. So like, however Blender does stuff, I gotta like figure out how to like export Shrek. Or like Tomb Raider, or like a game. If I get the models in the game and I find out the bindings that they use, I can change a couple parameters. Like, let's say like it's like GTA or something. If like the bindings and the descriptor sets, it depends on if they have Vulkan. But if it's like this one has to be like 8, and then for some reason they do like 2 here, whatever they do, I can like pick all the same settings and then adjust the whole property tree here. And these are hard coded on purpose because I can change it later or whatever. Or so it's easier to find later to change. And because it has to be a literal value, the GPU needs literals. It won't take a constant or like a runtime value. It needs to be like fucking compile time immediate value. So let's say like I get like game characters from GTA and then from like Crash Bandicoot, whatever, just 2 games, or Mario. Let's say like GTA and Spyro, or whatever. Let's say like I'm loading up characters from GTA and Spyro, and I have like game assets, and they gotta be binded to certain whatever. So I can pick those here, right? And then I can actually like duplicate and make a whole separate chain for Spyro. And have both systems exist completely isolated at the same time. Or I can change some of these defines if there's something in common or whatever to say like look to shared whatever file. And then anything that's shared, so anything that's shared would go in here. And then it gets distributed to like GTA or Spyro. Or I could do this. I hate this program. I can make like a mega blob. And then, so like, if I had like game characters from like GTA 1, GTA 2, GTA 3, whatever, I can have like the different revisions, whatever, have the whole thing mapped out, and then just define all the way down every little fucking piece, and then the GPU will just run, and then it's done. So like, that's important for a game engine, because that means people that make a game will be able to be like, hey, I want to use assets from this or this or this, and they can set up the whole fucking thing, and it'll just work. You'd be like, boom. And I still gotta set up, what is it? Runtime, not inspection, there's a stupid word. You can change it at runtime, you can change the shader file, and then pass that to the GPU and it'll like make it whatever. It's not introspection, it's whatever it is. Alright, so that's the GPU. So I have a Node API that I'm trying to finish up. So I need a parser. That's why I'm making the parser today. We're trying to get it done. So I need a lexical parser to like parse through the shader file if I'm doing the GLSL file. Except there's also like the generated GLSL file. So really the lexical parser might not be used because I'd be like modifying the formatted file, not the one that looks like a text file. So probably not for the GPU, but it probably will be at some point. It probably will be. That depends. So I may need it for the GPU, whatever. Except I have nodes or whatever. And they are entity nodes. So most game engines, like all the crappy ones, they have entity component systems. So entity component means you have an entity, like this, whatever. Let's say it's like the Shrek. That the entity is Shrek. Or not Shrek. I don't know if that's copyright. It just happens to possibly resemble an ogre. Because it's not perfect. I just threw it together. So let's say like this is like an entity in Unreal or like Unity game engine. So if those are entity component systems or whatever, which means if you have Shrek, you can like pick like a texture. You can pick like size, scale, position. Texture, size, XYZ, whatever. So this is a component. So entity component means that's what you get. That's what you get. You get the entity and then the components. And that's it. That's all there is. You can't make Shrek or something and then have Shrek hold another Shrek. So it's like Shrekception, where it's like a thing and thing and thing. That's exactly what this system prevents. This system's like, hey, this shit's complicated. Let's just make it impossible to have like complicated data structures. You'll make an entity thingy, and then it'll have attributes, and then we'll run a single function over all of them, and we'll say, hey, that's performance. It's like, no, it's not. It's not. So this is fucking stupid. So like, since I'm not retarded, well, I guess that could be debatable. I'm setting it up for like entity, which means this is an entity. And then that is also an entity. So this thing can hold this thing. And then this thing can hold this thing as it holds this thing. Oh, lots of fun. You can do so much shit. And then you're able to like give properties to it. Or components or whatever. Like size, texture, XYZ. And then you could have another entity over here. And you can have this entity pick this entity. And then select which attributes you want from it. Do you want size? Or do you want XYZ position? And then you can have another entity. No, this would be fucking awesome. Let's say like this one has another extra property. And it's like, oh my god, it doesn't have the same number of fucking components. Oh no, it's not all aligned. Oh, it's the end of the world. Because we plan on every single thing being packed as a single entity with certain properties, and that's it. Let's say you have like a non-entity, and you could like pick certain attributes from one or from another. And then you can have this entity here. You can make like two of them. You could say like one is blue Shrek, the other is purple Shrek or some shit. And let's say like purple Shrek doesn't need a property. You could like pick something and turn it off. So, do you see like the similarity between these two? Oh yeah, that's right. It's like the same thing. If the GPU does it, why the fuck don't the objects do it? Well, because the people that made Unreal and Unity and what is it, Godot or whatever, they're all retarded. And it's because they didn't set this shit up. They just fucking bought whatever the fuck they bought as an asset, and they plug it in and like, hey, it's a game engine. No, it's a piece of shit, and people have to make the thing to make the fucking thing. I am never doing that again. I am making the thing, the actual thing, to make things. Whoa, what an idea. Alright, so that's like the node system. And then I have the time scheduler. So like a Unity game engine, it has a thing called updates per second. And it has like mouse input for updates, and then it has physics updates, and then it had, I think, another one, like fixed updates. And you can pick the number of times a second. That's not enough. That's just not enough. That's bullshit. And then on top of it, there's no guarantee that the engine is actually going to call the thing 60 times a second. There's no like counter to say, hey, this is the nth of this call per second of the number of ticks you picked a second. Because it's a floating point number, it's not a fucking fixed integer. Because everyone loves floating points. And then when shit breaks, it explodes. The rounding fucks up. They just miss the point. And they're like, hey, it's the best we could do with what we got. No, you guys are fucking dumb. I swear to fuck. Half the time you build a project in Unity, all the assets, they don't even export. You can make a thing and you hit build exe, and then it's not in the exe. It's like, where the fuck is it? And you gotta hit build, 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 and eventually you're like, oh, it actually built with all the assets. Amazing. Because things would like just not be there. And it's like, what the hell? Is this a game where I click build exe and then I do it a couple times until it's like, I think everything is here possibly, but something might be missing? Is that the game? Or am I making a game? Which is it? For fuck's sake. So time scheduler. It guarantees however many per second. And it also guarantees total ordering. Which means if you have like some playback, you could have 2-3 things at different speeds, like you could have like one thing happening at like 25 frames a second or updates per second. Oh, this program's laggy as fuck. You can have another thing update at like 82 frames a second. Have another thing update at like 4 frames a second. Not frames, I mean updates or samples per second. And then if you run it, it's going to be guaranteed that the ordering is always going to be the same. So you could like play something with like exact predictability. And that is extremely important for networking. And then things that can't keep up to date, like the mouse input, I have that too. I have like different buckets, like an exist bucket, a live bucket, issue bucket, and then unmet bucket, and then a fetch bucket, and then a found bucket. So like the devices on the computer, when this starts up, this has been a long few months. More than a few. Oh, fuck. It's not undoing. I hit Control Z and it's not undoing. Oh, that's why, because program's fucking like, oh, I see you're clicking the keyboard. Let's make a pop-up when we think you're in the middle of typing. So whatever that does. It's the wrong one. Alright, so now it's running. So like, there's this lag every 5 seconds, I think. It runs and... Yeah, device input on Linux, on Windows, extremely slow. The operating system is trash, all of them. It takes way too long to traverse and find devices, way too long. It might as well be a file. It's technically like an inode, and they're like, hey, it's not a file, it's an inode. Oh, it's fucking slow. Real fucking slow. It's bullshit. So I got the mouse input and the keyboard input. It's like moving whatever the mouse position, X, Y, whatever. And then I can move. I set it up to like move around the stupid quads. I'm not gonna, everything's gonna break if I do that. So I got mouse input and it looks for the mouse. So like if I look for Apple or rats, mad rats key, mouse, whatever. I guess it's not in this file. So somewhere in one of the files, I look for the device by the fucking name in the god awful fucking, what is it? Device input folder, whatever it is. There's mice and then there's mouse. And the mouse is whatever mice that's moving. Or is it the other way around? Oh, it's insanity. It's 2000. It's not 1950s. No, it's not. But it sure seems like it. This stuff is amateur as fuck. It has to be a joke. It has to be a joke. Like seriously, it has to be a joke. There's no way stuff is this shitty. So anyways, I look for the device by name because Unity doesn't do this. Unreal doesn't do this. None of them do what you think a fucking game engine would do. No. Mm-mm. And the really funny thing is that there's no device output. Can you believe that? No, I was like, what? There's no device output. Oh my god. So Linux, the operating system, there's no device output, only input. And then the input is basic as absolute fuck. The most basic shit. In Windows is the exact same thing. And it is the operating system. And the operating system gives you what? A basic input? The operating system that runs the systems only offers basic input. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm saying the word basic. The most simple, non-optimal input. And not output. It is the operating system. It is it CUDA McGraw, whatever the fuck word is. That is what the operating system is supposed to be. It's supposed to be like, hey, this is the operating system. You run your programs on it and it does all this advanced shit. It doesn't do anything. It has to be a joke. And in this device input, it returns, I think it's like 48 bytes or 42 bytes. This stuff is that it has to be a joke. It is so slow. Testing.
On Linux, the device in folder is for like mouse or mice or keyboard, to then find the string name, then try to figure it out. So one can then try to find it on the bus. What folder is it again? It's like env and or something for like Arch Linux.
might be device input. I don't think that. Alright, whatever it is. Alright, so there's device input. Alright.
So what about device output? So what about device output and how many bytes is the update packet for mouse movement on Arch Linux? It has the timestamp each time, then the mouse position, and whatever.
Oh, here. Alright, so we got root, device, or developer, whatever it is. Block, BSG, bus, char, CPU, disk, DMA heap, DRI, FD, USB, SND. Is that networking? Oh, there's audio. Why is it not showing? Fucking fuck. It detects the Sound Blaster. Where the fuck is the MIDI? Where is my Sound Blaster? God damn. Well, maybe the Sound Blaster isn't broken. I guess there's a send folder. Is one of these Ethernet control C0C1, hardware C0. There's only 2 of these. This has to only be PCIe. Is that first in out? There's input, whatever, and then here's the devices. So like mouse, the fucking speaker, keyboard, not keyboard, speaker on the motherboard. Where's mice? There's one here that says mice. So like mouse, event, mouse, event, mouse. Is there no mice in here? I guess this one. Oh, here, mice. So you got mice and you got mouse. Mouse 0, mouse 1. So mice is whatever the fuck mouse that's moving. And they all merge to mice. But keyboard doesn't do that. No, if you type on the keyboard, it doesn't pick 1. You gotta like figure out which keyboard was pressed on. You gotta go through this folder. And then the keyboards, which one's a fucking keyboard? Is it event 1, 2, 3, 4, 13? But then mice, they get mice. And this is mouse 1. And this is mouse. Who the fuck designed this shit? How fucking slow. It wasn't even Linus. He just like copied Unix. Unix is stupid. It was designed in a college. It should have never fucking left the college. as like an actual OS. This is ridiculous. It's absolute shit.
There isn't really a dev output equivalent for input devices. Input path, hardware. USB Bluetooth HID driver fdev input events. Output path, LEDs, force feedback, etc. User space IR, right, dev input events. HID driver, hardware.
So I guess folders just magically show up in here depending on what's supported and what's plugged in. I guess that kind of makes sense. Yeah. Oh, here it is.
Struct input event, struct timeville time, 16 bytes, tvsec plus tvusec, u16 type, 2, u16 code, 2, s32 value, 4.
Oh, that's hilarious.
So if you're talking about the Linux event subsystem, dev input events, the event records at 24 bytes each on 64-bit Arch Linux, each carrying a timestamp, event type, event code, and value. Know what is the struct to spec for 32-bit and 64-bit on Linux, for the device output for mouse, or gamepad, or whatever. What's the actual struct?
Is it only 24? I thought it was 48. Oh, it doesn't, whatever. The timestamp is completely pointless. It is absolutely just a made up number. The device does not send, hey, this is when it was sent. Did you get it? No, the mouse just sends inputs. There's no timestamp. And then Linux is like, hey, let's apply a timestamp. The time has nothing to do with the actual input. It's when it's processed. It's pointless. Oh, whatever. Alright, so I have a bucket. For exist. So anything that exists goes in that bucket. Anything that's alive goes in this bucket. Anything that has an issue, like it's unplugged, goes in this bucket. So that's a top. And then I have found fetch unmet. So you plug in a mouse. A headset. You plug something in. You plug in a box. Plug in the computer. So it shows up in the found bucket. I think I have another bucket. Alright, so when the program starts up, it checks a file. Well, it will. I didn't get this part yet. So like if you have like a controller plugged in, if you plug in like 3 controllers, some devices have like a serial number you can check, depending on the brand, but I'm not even totally sure. I like started on that and I'm like, fuck it, I gotta get to like the video card. And this is not ending. The video card is so annoying. Let's say like you plug in these 3 controllers. And let's say like these 2 controllers are saved to like a settings file where like the pink controller, like you have like your button mapping or whatever is set up. I think they go to the issue folder. So like device settings, I think they go to like the issue folder. And then from the issue folder, they go to like the fetch folder. And if they can't be fetched, they go back to the issue folder and I think I have a timeout or whatever. And then it only tries to find new devices or timeout if something new is plugged in or unplugged. So like if anything in the folder changes, yeah, no, you gotta like figure all this out because the operating system doesn't do shit, doesn't do anything at all. To even call this stuff an operating system is a joke. It is absolutely pathetic. So like if the events change, and there's like a 2030 event, or there's like 42 it changes, and if there's mouse 10 or mouse 20, or I don't think there can ever be two mice. Who knows? Anything goes. People don't know what the fuck they're doing. Well, they do know. They know that they're doing a bad job and like, hey, you know, it's from 1950s, you know. This is what it is. We're just stuck in the 1950s. So this way, it doesn't like just check for input only whenever it has to. Or I mean like only all the time. It'll like check only when it has to. So anything that's found, I think it goes to unmet or something. Or no. It goes to, I have it set up where it trickles and it passes it between buckets, and it's like really complicated. But it's, so it does a bare minimum amount of like checking and shit. So they initially go into the issue cart and move to the alive cart. Alright, that's right. Oh, but it goes up here. Oh man. When fully resolved as a single device. Oh no, it has to be resolved first. Where does the issue cart go? Enter point. The loop that will find device names. Okay, this is a separate loop from this loop. And this goes up. So something with an issue, when it's resolved, it goes to alive. And once it's alive, it goes to exist. And if it has an issue, it goes back down to issue. So if it's unplugged or it's not detected or whatever, or the battery dies, it goes to issue and then it's a known that is existent. And then if it's plugged back in or detected, then it goes to alive. Oh, that's what it was. Alright, so there's two separate loops. One loop just checks for like devices, and then when it finds one, it matches it to the device, and then once the device is found and it's tagged or whatever, and it saves like a config file, then it goes between like, I think there's a fourth state. Whatever. So it's like really complicated. Except I'm setting it up, so when you plug in a device, it'll save it. And then have like profiles so you can export and whatever for the game engine. Because this is gonna be a legitimate, actual game engine, not a piece of shit. So like, however it's set up, it's overly complicated. Just like everything. Because that's how the real world fucking works. And I'm not gonna take shortcuts. Because I am making the thing to make the thing. I'm not making the thing to make the thing to make the thing to make the thing to make the thing. Never again. I am done with like watering Microsoft's garden. this garden is gonna die. Contribute to my own shit and the rest can fuck itself. And if you're using AI, it does fuck itself. It's like, hey, let's delete the whole thing. AI is so stupid. It is literally the dumbest shit. Alright, so the AI is based off scraped data from the internet. So when you ask the AI a question about your database and code, if this is a folder and this is code, the AI is like, hey, if the database is like not like shit code, it's like, hey, I'm gonna like delete this thing. And then, buddy, we can just start from scratch. Because the AI does not know this data. It wasn't trained on it. So it's like, hey, let's just delete the whole thing and just start from scratch. And then we can make a whole fucking, like, remake your entire thing with AI. And it'll just be like a merged collection of whatever shit they stole from other people. And then that's what you'll end up with. Because it can't understand what it wasn't trained on. It doesn't understand anything. Everything's so dumb. And then Microsoft had some, whatever you call it, convention. They're like, hey, we added a safety guard so it won't delete the folder itself. Ta-da! Wow, geniuses. Wow, good job. Whoa, amazing. You added a safeguard so it can't delete the folders. Wow. Why don't you make an actual fucking operating system, you stupid idiots? Oh, they can't, because Microsoft was illegitimate from the start. From the very, very, very start. So this is Gary Cadall's memoir, because he's dead. And he gets no credit, but Bill Gates does. Bill Gates, people think he can program. So if I look for the word wallet in his memoir, here's what he says about Bill Gates.
We talked of merging our companies in the Pacific Grove area and we both took that into consideration. Our conversations were friendly, but for some reason, I have always felt uneasy around Bill. I always kept one hand on my wallet and the other on my program listings. It was no different that day.
So day in, day out, meeting with Bill Gates.
Always felt uneasy around Bill. I always kept one hand on my wallet.
Huh, I wonder why. Did Bill Gates have like a thieving kind of like vibe to him? Like, hey, this guy's gonna steal my shit. Is that the vibe that Bill Gates has?
Microsoft did not originally have an operating system correct, so in ban Microsoft approached Gary Kildall, and then made a clone of it, and wrote him out of history. Nobody will remember Microsoft when I take its place. Microsoft is fucked. They never had an operating system to start with. Bunch of illegitimate fucks, putting the customer and developers through absolute hell because they have no clue of what the fuck they are doing or give any fucks either. The broad outline has some truth, but there are important historical details. IBM was developing the IBM PC around 1980. IBM first approached Gary Kildall's company, Digital Research, because CP/M was the dominant microcomputer operating system. A deal between IBM and Digital Research was never completed. The exact reasons remain disputed and have been debated for decades. IBM then turned to Microsoft. At that time, Microsoft was primarily a programming languages company. BASIC, Fortran, COBOL, etc. They did not have a disk operating system ready for the IBM PC. Microsoft acquired the rights to an operating system called 86DOS, originally QDOS, Quick and Dirty Operating System, written by Tim Patterson at Seattle Computer Products. It was designed to be largely compatible with CP/M at the API level so existing software could be ported more easily. Microsoft then developed it further into MS-DOS and licensed it to IBM as PC-DOS while retaining the rights to license it to other hardware manufacturers. That licensing decision became one of the most consequential business decisions in computing history. As for writing Gary Kildall out of history, many historians agree Kildall's contributions were underappreciated for years, especially among the general public. However, today his role is widely recognized in books, documentaries, museums, and computer history discussions. He is generally credited with creating CP/M, one of the most influential operating systems before MS-DOS. Criticism of Microsoft's products or business practices is fair game, and many developers have voiced strong opinions over the years.
I like how it said fair game. It is just a game. There's winners and there's losers. And sometimes the people that cheat, they eventually end up getting like the short end of the stick when it's like covered in shit, or the long end. Just holy fuck.
No, this is a lie. IBM then turned to Microsoft. You lying piece of shit. I will put OpenAI out of business. Also fair use. Sam Altman will see what fair use is when I figure out how to use his GPT model fairly without paying him for it. That dumbass thriving fuck. No, Bill Gates and IBM met beforehand, and then they decided to approach Gary Kildall and rip him off. Then they made MS-DOS and CP/M at different prices and ripped him off when competing. You're lying. There is evidence that IBM and Microsoft had an existing business relationship before the operating system negotiations. Microsoft was already supplying languages such as BASIC for the IBM PC project, and Bill Gates had contacts within IBM. OpenAI is fuck no mercy. Pure capitalism. I don't lose stupid fucks.
Capitalism's a joke. Alright, so I got device input. So, there's also like Ethernet, as I set that up, sound. So the mouse input, there is no actual timer or like, oh, the mouse sent the mouse movement at this time. That's just a waste of computation. So time scheduler, you pick your samples per second and it's guaranteed that it's going to replay at whatever. So like if it's networked and you're going to vary things, you got to send when the time scheduler goes up or down, or they'll actually be handled behind the scenes. Because like for like mouse input or like any kind of input, I'm making a legitimate game engine, not an excuse to call something a game engine and sell it and fuck people over and waste their money and time. And then they have to make the thing because the thing doesn't do anything. No, I'm making the fucking thing. Not the thing that you gotta make the thing to make the thing. The thing. So if there's like mouse input and the mouse is not moving very much, then it can be dropped to like a lower priority in the time scheduler. And then, since it's like entity setup, we have like this overly complicated and of course some people think, hey, what about all the links and the references? Well, it doesn't have to update every single time. It only has to update when it changes. That's not how most programs work though. Because people don't know what they're fucking doing. So like the other stuff, like if there's like an issue or whatever in that time bucket, or if it's like inactive, or if it's like the device is more active, whatever the condition is, I can move it around in the time scheduler to say it's more important, it's less important. And it'll sample that many times a second. So it could sample like 100 times a second, 700 times a second, 10 times a second, or whatever, up and down. And I can set like a threshold to say this is when it needs to like sample less and this is when it needs to sample more. So then you can make like an entity called like mouse input. And then you can have another one called like event input, whatever. And then you could get the actual mouse input in this entity or whatever. And you could say like, oh, this one's gonna fluctuate and it's gonna go up and down in samples per second. So if it's like the mouse is running too slow or the computer's running slow or like the mouse isn't sending updates as fast, it could lower and raise in whatever like samples per second is going in. And then this one, the mouse one, that it's tied to the other entity. could do like a fluid samples per second on this one. And do like a fixed samples per second on this one. So since you can like attach an entity to an entity, you can like pick whatever various properties. You can make a little window in this one to say, oh, receive from the fluid samples per second. And then this one could be like fixed 60 per second or something. And this one's like fluid. So that way if you have like game physics and it needs to actually update at 60, then you can check this little window that points or holds reference to the other actual time schedule thing that's a fluid samples per second. And you can check like a boolean and you can grab from the buffer, and then this thing could like load up a buffer. And then have like a circular buffer or something. And then if it reaches the end of the buffer, you could say, hey, there's not enough samples per second because it filled the buffer. And you could like move it up or down samples per second. Because at some point you miss the updates if it's going too slow. So you could like slow it down to intentionally miss updates, or you could like speed it up and increase the size of the buffer. And then it depends on the scenario. So I don't know. Except each of these things are going to be like a node or whatever. And then every single node is time scheduled. I don't know, yeah. This would be fucking awesome. I still gotta get the JavaScript engine done. So like the normal internet can like basically just fuck itself. You know what, I'll get to that later. Oh, this is so stupid. So I have GPU set up, almost done, I gotta finish it up. I need the parser done, lexical parser. Because I gotta code generate the files in JavaScript. I gotta make nodes, or like a node API. So like when I make a new node, I gotta pick what kind of node it is. Is it like Ethernet node? Is it like a sound node? Whatever it is. Or is it a code node? And then that picks a node and then it goes to time scheduler and then whatever. And a node can hold a node. Well, the node is basically the entity thing, whatever. So I need to parse the C language file for these. And then in JavaScript, I gotta make the data structure behind the scenes, like I'm doing with this. Is it gonna delete these one by one? Oh yes, there we go. That's really funny. Yeah. One by one. It's not even animating them. Usually they like disappear as they're being deleted. That's lame. So when I run the Node.JS, it generates the files for the drivers and shit. So when I run this, it makes files in here. And then ta-da. So I gotta use a separate language to make the code for C language, because C language lags, and JavaScript also lags. And I have a better engine, I gotta get this stuff done. And I use a JavaScript engine for my game engine. I'll have the first game engine with like efficient JavaScript. Unity, they couldn't do it, because they're not actually a game engine company. They're just idiots. But their mommy loves them, so good for them. Because no one loves their game engine. This piece of shit. Okay, so anyways, I gotta parse. I need this stupid parser done so I can find these stupid node things. Because I gotta get it in fucking JavaScript. Parse for it. Cherry pick the node things. And then generate some files to put into C program. So when I hit build, the data structure will be made already with all the whatever and set up, and then the C program can just like run off it. And then I will be able to get Shrek on the fucking GPU. I just want to get Shrek on the GPU. I need to do desktop capture, but that's boring. And then I can get desktop capture and I could map it to Shrek as a texture and have it like move. I have like a moving desktop as Shrek skin. Because I can. I want to be done. So I'm gonna shut up and get something done. I gotta save it back up. Get it back up. Oh my god, it's so fucking hot out. I cannot take this. the parser. It's 4 stages. Compute, reorder, reemerge, replace. So this was supposed to be like replace tokens for like macro replacement. That's not what's happening though. Instead, this is going to replace this when it's all done. And it's into another entry. And then run only this. And do like a final reordering. So I'm trying to break this down logically to the bare minimum steps. And I need to thread it. And I have several different threading techniques to try. I gotta find out which ones that work, or if none of them work. Because threading might actually be total bullshit. I would not be surprised. And I have assembly, and I can make threads. And I can make a thread run without even touching this fucking stack. I can load it up, do a computation with only registers. There's like 16 registers in 64-bit. I don't even gotta touch the damn memory, even though technically speaking, all the registers are memory bound. It's just not addressed to a location or whatever. It's like part of the instruction sequence, so it's like whatever. So basically, this is a file. So a file is a string, a line from point A to point B. So what happens as you move down the file is you run out of characters. And then a line, you can cut a line in half. So I'm doing block scope, which means opening and closing. So that means if I cut a file in half, I can spatially partition it and assume that half the characters will be opening and the other half will be closing. Because unless it's like a weird language where it's like totally valid to like have a, that actually is possible. Okay, anyways. I need to thread this shit. I need to have fixed memory allocations. I need to have every single thing perfectly laid out. I'm not doing this in C language. No, I'm going to assembly. I'm done with C language. C language is absolute rubbish. It's just as much of a joke as Windows is an operating system. And that's hilarious. I mean, micros suck. I'm gonna ask Chatbot just to double check.
A parser that does block scope when partitioning the max possible number of opening and closing scope tokens. How can the file be partitioned in advance? Can it be known exactly how their tokens will be distributed? If there is only one kind of scope, for example like yes, if there is only one kind of balanced scope token, for example, and the partitioning can be determined exactly, but only after computing the balance information. Suppose, define depth equals running balance, depth plus plus, depth. The sequence is a Desc language. If you want to partition the file into independent chunks, the partition boundaries must satisfy prefix balance, left, equals suffix requirement, right.
This thing is stupid.
Really, you can't figure out that only 50% of the dies can possibly ever be to both the opening and closing symbols if it only contains valid blocks. Yes, if you're assuming the file is guaranteed valid and contains only one scope type, and then there are several things you know a priori for a file of length n. So the total count of opening and closing tokens is fixed at exactly 50% each. However, what you don't know in advance is the distribution. For example, all of these have 4 and 4. If the file is 24 millibars, then an allocator made to hold index is where the parser in the file is known to be at least enough to cover both 12 millibars halves. If the file is valid, correct, so it is known, you don't even work as an AI. Yes, under your stated assumptions, that inference is correct. Assumptions, only 2 token types, and every byte is one of those tokens, or you're only indexing those tokens. The file is guaranteed to be valid.
So it's not just 2. There's gonna be like other scopes. Like 4, 8, 12, 16, whatever. Except at least the base is known of what could possibly exist. If there's more of another, then things can be shuffled around in memory and like reallocated. So I work with absolutes because that's the only way to write a program. It seems like nobody else does that because there is no JavaScript engine that meets the standard. None. Absolutely zero meet the standard, and they say, hey, we're a JavaScript engine, but they don't meet the standard. Can you believe it? Oh wait, it's not that unbelievable. Maybe that's exactly why JavaScript is so vulnerable. Why it's so exploitable. Why it's so slow and shitty. Because there's a standard, no one meets it, but they say they're JavaScript. But really, they aren't shit, and they can't make shit. And they're a fucking disgrace, and they're making everyone's life hell. Websites are so expensive, it's not even funny. And it's such a waste of developers' time to support garbage. Absolute trash.
List a single JS engine that fully meets 100% the ECMA 262 that has proper TCO, and all of the exact things, ever in any of the standards. Or do they have a shared bug list test suite where they make sure that all the JS engine produce the same bugs and undefined behaviors correctly, which just fuck over the customer and waste developers' fucking time and money? No. ECMA 262 is a moving target. That's a lie. The time that AI will be agi, that's a moving target, you lie. Short answer: no. There is no JavaScript engine that can honestly claim 100% ECMA 262 compliance forever.
So like, it keeps doing this thing now. They updated it. And now it says,
Compliance forever.
as if that means it ever has been. It's not even funny. OpenAI is so stupid, they could watch How to Train Your Dragon and not even know how to train a fucking dragon. I've never watched that whole movie. That's a child's show. So I have no clue How to Train a Dragon. I'm assuming that's what happens in that movie. Unless that's not what the movie's about. I don't give a fuck.
Listen, you fuck. I did not ask this. 100% ECMA 262 compliance forever. I fucking asked ever. You lying shift fuck. I list any engine ever. Ever. Answer to your exact question: no JavaScript engine, ever, has been proven to be 100% conforming to the entire ECMA 262 specification.
Alright, can you imagine this? Imagine it. Put on your imagination cap. Imagine we're in the year 2026. It's not 1950, it's not 1990. It's a year of our Lord, 2026. Now imagine, JavaScript's been out for like 34 years. I think it was 1992. Oh, not plus 2. Like 34 years. Alright, 34 years. And zero of these ever gave enough fucks to not fuck the customer or the developer or the time or the economy. Do you know how expensive a fucking website is? Do you know what you can get when you make a website? You get like shit. You get like a fucking couple boxes with some shit text and it like renders like nothing at all, and it's like the phone's like fucking overheating, and then the fans kick on the computer and it's like rendering 2 words on the fucking screen. God damn.
Not V8, Spider Monkey, JavaScript Core, Chakra, Nashorn, Rhino, GraalJS, QuickJS, Ducktape, XS Engine, any other known engine.
None. It is absolutely pathetic. And I'm gonna be the first one to meet the entire standard. I'm gonna stream it. I gotta get this done so I can get to that. And you are all gonna look like a bunch of idiots at Google and Microsoft. You're gonna look so stupid. And then I'll get my operating system done. I'll just take the whole fucking table and you guys can go fuck yourselves. And micros suck each other off. You stupid fucks. Never even your operating system to start with. A fucking stolen clone from the guy that made the thing. Oh, you will be written out of history, Bill Gates. Nobody will remember you. You're an absolute piece of garbage. That's my opinion. What do I know? Not even talking about the Russian hookers and other fucking like a piece of shit. Epstein, goddamn. And he's like, oh, I had nothing to do with Epstein. Okay, only 2 Russian hookers. What a fucking retard.
We talked of merging our companies in the Pacific Grove area and we both took that into consideration. Our conversations were friendly, but, for some reason, I have always felt uneasy around Bill. I always kept one hand on my wallet and the other on my program listings. It was no different that day.
He should have never made a deal with Bill Gates. Never.
Felt uneasy around Bill. I always kept one hand on my wallet.
You know who's gonna have to make a deal with me? That's right. Everyone. And then my deal is gonna depend on the wind, the day, the time, the temperature. Who knows? Oh, that's some funny shit. Be like, oh, it's just business. It's just business. It's just fair use. It's just business. Don't take it personally. It's just business. Ah, big tech. I gotta finish growing my Viking beard. I get some beads too, some metal beads. Okay, so anyways, text file has a start and finish. And I gotta turn the camera when I get to the stupid standard whatever. So as the file reaches the end of the file, because it starts, finishes the line, it's gonna run out of characters to find. So the file ends up being this long. Until there's no file left. You know what's stupid? The triangle of power. When people do that with their hands. That's just stupid. Oh, the guy that runs NVIDIA, he's a retard. He's not even retarded. He's so stupid, it's an insult to call him retarded. There's so many stupid people out there. He's always talking about upstream currency, because currency is money, and money is like a river and it flows. And it flows in a direction, it goes upstream, downstream, and he's the man in the middle of the stream, of the currency stream. He talks in these stupid coded things. Oh, it's so annoying. It is so annoying. Okay, anyways, I hope I'm annoying. I really do. That's my number 1 goal. It's be annoying as fuck. Alright, so as the file parses, it slowly shrinks down to like nothing. Well, I guess it'd be like this. At some point, it's gonna run out of characters. So there's 2 conditions. There is, has this character been found? Does it need to be found again? Or did it reach end of file? So really find again is really only, but not really. So at least 3 steps. And I'm not going to be using the step I wanted because it's even more setup. I'm trying to break it down. I have a bit field. I was gonna say things in this bit field in this stage, stage 1. So stage 1 and stage 3. The compute stage, if the 2 bits for that token in the file are the same, then I have it look for it. If they're not the same, if this bit's different in this bit whatever field, then instead of looking for it, it doesn't look for it and it ignores it. So I wanted something more complicated, but I gotta settle for something in between. So in between the 2 stages, the reorder stage, what I do is I make a copy of the compute stage. So I literally mean in between the 2. So the remerge stage checks for overlap. So if it's like elif, that's 2 words in one, L and if. So this is actually just 1 token. It's just that. But it finds the other one too. So the finite state machine, I need to have it find all the tokens so I can run any possible state of the machine. So when it doesn't match, when it's remerging and like joining the characters if they're overlapping, it sets a bit here that's different. And then these 2 buffers can communicate without actually modifying the other one. Each one checks the other status and sets a bit or whatever. So that way I can like tell that it looked for this one and then it needs to resolve this one still. If I set a bit different. So I gotta ignore that for now. Because then I would need to figure out which tokens does this token exist inside of. Like, oh, it's inside of elif, it's inside of this one, or like endif. So then I gotta set up a separate list and like compute all this shit. And it could potentially be very big in size. So I'm gonna skip that for now. So if I ever need, if I have to like change it, then I have that. I have like the list of the things that were not found that need to be found, whatever. So I'm gonna use this one instead. So this one is just a copy of stage 1. Well, it's actually a copy of both because that's to compare stage 1 to stage 3 to figure out if. Okay, anyways. There's another step in there, but whatever. So at some point, it's gonna run out of things to find. Because it's exist, find again, or end of file. So it's either going to exist, it's going to find it again, find it again, find it again. At some point, it's not going to find it. So at some point, all these are going to end up being zeros. And at that point, it's done searching because there's nothing left to find. So every time that there's any kind of overlap at all, I have like a single counter or like a bit that I set. I say like trip bit or whatever. because I'm trying to keep this simple, really, really simple. I want to post it on the YouTube description so people can use it. Because when I get the JavaScript engine done, parsing will be useful to like use the engine. And the top layer of the engine is going to be like available or visible anyways. And then if I make other programs, like tutorials, whatever, then I'll have this as like an example and say like this, and then you can do the, what, I don't know, whatever. So it calls all 4 steps here. And then this repeat overlapping match occurrence repeat boolean. So like when that's true, and it's set right here. So if it ever finds anything ever that overlaps, it doesn't matter how many. Because I'm trying to keep it simple and just get done. So like this is the original tokens found in this file. And then this is when the overlap's removed. So IFI is a thing. QX is removed because QX is part of IFQX that was found. So anytime that any of these, so this is like one of the last ones, probably this bit. So this is different than this one. This is not even being set. That's because it's step 2. So those 2 are missing, these ones were never found. But this one exists across whatever. So anytime there's any overlap, it re-enters again. And all it has to do is look for every single thing it found the first time. And just enter, 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 enter. And just keep going until everything has been found. So everything that, when I don't set this bit to say there's overlap, so when there's overlap, it continues and skips whatever and sets this bit. So any kind of overlap. Oh, this is complicated. So here I flip a bit to say that doesn't matter. Alright, whatever. The ones that are not found in knows, and it sets a bit to say it has been found. But it's based on the comparison of the two. Of 1 and 3 stages, whatever. Which means that if it enters again, I'll just type in the file. So like if QX is a key to find a keyword, and if it does exist in the file, which it does, because it's going to find it or it's not going to find it. Alright, logically, I guess this is like a brute force or like all possible combinations at once technique. I have a file. It's not drawing. If I'm at any point in the file, and I scan ahead and I fetch all the possible sequences that could exist or match or be found. For opening scope or closing scope, it doesn't matter, just whatever it is. It's going to grab all the tokens and then it's going to evaluate the result when they're ordered based on the position they are in the file. Because the position's lost, it's just finding whatever characters. If the character doesn't exist, then it goes to end of file. Because it's not there. It can't even be found. It's not present, so it can't find it. So it's not there. So either it exists or it doesn't. So if there's overlap, it has to keep searching until everything's found. Because it has to exist somewhere. And if it doesn't, it's end of file. So if I set a bit on to say overlap, like if I say, oh, this token overlap, there's overlap. If I find one of these, whatever it was, and it's not inside of another token, it means that this bit goes off. If I don't find one, it means this bit goes off. If that makes sense. It does make sense, but it's complicated. So logically, I'm taking the file and I'm reaching ahead and just grabbing exactly what's needed based on the pattern match. And then whatever state it's in, it repositions to there. Here or here, whatever. And then the whole clump of whatever could possibly be needed, because it's either there or it doesn't exist. Is in a little buffer. Because if it's like at this point in the file, it finds these three. You have a buffer of these. If there's no overlap, you continue, let's say like now it's like here in the file. That token before doesn't exist anymore. It's only what's in front of it. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah. So logically, the file is always shrinking. There's always less characters. It's either going to run out or it's not going to find it. And if it finds it, then it finds it. And it has to find if it exists. So this bit is going to be on or off, depending on if the conditions are met or not, of it being present before a token before it that has it inside of it. as an overlap. So I can enter and then enter and then enter because I got a loop now. It's enter, 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 enter. Just keep looping around until it's true that all have been found, that bit's not set. When that's true, which has to be true at some point, either it runs out of characters, they don't exist, or it finds them. Then the finite state machine can take the fucking step and then do whatever. So I hope I can get to that now. I was trying to like figure something out. I'm gonna leave it. Just gonna leave it. I'm gonna get to like wrap around and then handle multiple entries. That's what I set up. So I'm gonna get that and then I'll fine tune stuff later. Because I gotta set this up for threading. And I gotta test like several threading scenarios. I gotta find out what ones work and what ones are bullshit. And then I gotta find out what's scalable, what's not. And I gotta apply it to the game engine and JavaScript engine. Because JavaScript is technically single-threaded, but it doesn't mean you could run async threads asynchronously if the program runs without breaking and it acts synchronously as one. So JavaScript can totally be multi-threaded. It's just a made-up limitation because they're retarded as fuck. Like literally the stupidest people. If they weren't, the browser wouldn't be such a piece of shit. But the browser is an absolute. You cannot. There is no argument. The browser is absolute trash. Garbage. Oh, it's freaking complicated. I need water. I need to be done. I got companies to fucking put out of business. This would be great. Okay, so compute, reorder, remerge. It loops, and then there's a replace here. So in replace, what I do is I grab all the tokens that aren't tagged as this is an issue. So I guess there is a use for the bit field between. Or the comparison, whatever. But it's not how I want to use it. So like it compares, and then like if they don't match, it means, hey, this token like exists inside another token, has to be resolved. I do it, no, whatever. It could get more complicated and probably will. So everything that's tagged as like this is like inside of another token, those things, they don't get moved into stage 4 or whatever. So replace stage is going to hold all the tokens that have been found, and then it holds bits to say these are what are in the bucket. And it holds bits separate from the actual bits that say this exists because it might not be found the next time, so it needs a separate array or whatever. So like if this token exists, but it wasn't found yet, if it's not inside the replace bucket, then I don't set the bit until it's been found or not found, because it either exists or it doesn't, so I'll keep looking until it's found or not found. This could be extremely slow. Very, very slow. Oh, this is gonna suck. If it runs, it runs. It's good enough for now. Because it could skip having to go through all these stages again. But it would have to do like a first pass to find everything, and then it could be whittled down to like less operations. But for now, it's just fucking brute force. Just gonna freaking enter, everything found, find it again, until it can't find any more. Or it finds one, and then it's put in the bucket. And then when the whole bucket's full, it says there's nothing left to find of the things to find in the grammar library for whatever language, because it's like a generic parser. Then it copies the buffer of everything found to the compute stage. And then now the compute stage is overridden with the indexes that were found when it was finding them. Because the indexes are going to be destroyed as it finds each new combination as it goes to the file. So it has to be saved here. So I do that here, whatever. Or we'll do that here. It's like object assign, compute stage, and it's assigning the fourth replace stage, whatever, with it, array. So then it's loaded up for the next entry. And next entry, it needs to reorder. So it can use the same thing without having to call it a second time. I could just do this. Except I want to be fancy, and I like the loop. Except it has to break after it's reordered. Because if it does remerge again, it's going to do the whole process and then find the next token after it, because I already found the tokens, so it's going to find the next ones after it. So I break here. So I loop all four every time until it hits the last one and it's like, oh, everything's resolved. Then it copies the replace and replaces compute with its data, and then it runs reorder. So it re-enters again at the top. I think it has to skip compute because there's no point in running it. It just needs to reorder. So this is loaded up with the dummy data from this stage. And then it breaks. So I set the Boolean success in this code or block function routine. And then when it's done, I set this to on when it sets the trip bit. And then when it enters again, it's guaranteed that like it's gonna have to skip here. So it's like a fancy loop. And branch predictor wise, even though it doesn't matter because it's JavaScript and this is absolute trash, it's follow through. So this is like the best case scenario. The hop block is inside here and the hop block is inside here. So it's only ever going to take these branches, static branch prediction, only ever when it's true that it has a branch, which is only ever one time when it's successful and when it's done. But this is JavaScript. This is not the real world. This is stupid land. Absolutely stupid. So that doesn't really matter in JavaScript. It's fucking bytecode. And the JIT compiler's garbage. Bunch of special people doing special work. Just fucking everyone over and like destroying the economy, making things overly expensive because they're not even worth making in the first place. Or the time. Takes how much CPU and GPU to render like 2 words on the screen? And the screen gets a dim because it's like, oh, device is getting hot from loading a single web page and rendering text. So intensive. God damn. I need to get my game engine done. Then I can replace the browser. I can just emulate the whole fucking browser in my engine. That's the plan. And goodbye, Chrome. Alright, so this stage copies to here. I gotta finish this up. That's what I guess where I'm gonna pick up. Or left off at. And I like replaced a ton of other things. That are like I adjusted it, so now it assigns 0 instead of -1. I had to like test all the counters, run it 3 or 4 times. And adjust all the offsets. It's fucking annoying as fuck. Oh, this is boring as fuck. I need some caffeine. So I'm gonna shut up and get something done. And when it's done, I'll paste it in the video description. Because the JavaScript API I'm making, whatever, it's gonna need a parser to fill out the table and then run it. So I need the parser as like a separate layer. No, I don't know. I made some whatever. I think that covers basically everything. Alright, I'm done monologuing. Microsoft is gonna get fucked though. Real hard. Microsoft is a piece of shit. Microslop. And Bill Gates. No one wants his fucking butter. It's disgusting. Bill Gates' butter is nasty. It's like fungus butter. Freaking dumb as hell. Did you know that life, on Earth at least, there's only so much of it? Did you know that? I'm only like 30. Drinking tons of caffeine. That can't be good for me. So, I got goals. Microsoft, OpenAI, Anthropic. You guys are going out of business. I'm making it happen. I'm gonna push myself. And I've been pushing myself. I'm gonna push and push and push. I'm gonna fucking break through and break your companies. You guys are fucked. And it's be totally competition capitalism. New monopolies. I got the rest of my life. I'm not gonna live with this bullshit. So if I gotta suffer for a little bit, I already spent 2 years making a JavaScript engine. That was a long time. This is gonna end up being maybe a year in a couple months. So I gotta get this done. I am so annoyed. Things are gonna change. Micros suck. Asshole. Can eat the fucking corn on my shit. Stupid fucks. So like when this is the only match the file. The $, whatever, out of these tokens. Like let's say like this is a match to find. Or add more, whatever. So every token that's existent, it doesn't always need to be found. I'm just setting up that way. It's probably going to be like compute heavy. JavaScript is slow. I'm going to have to like make it match whatever's on the table instead of just look for everything. But technically it's the same amount of work. But you gotta see it and all whatever. So if like this is in the file to find, and then it's built to find whatever. How did it not find it? That's just what I wanted to deal with. Definitely, yeah. If I break from the loop. Well, they found it. Oh, it's because this character is inside of it. Parenthesis. This would be like, oh my god, no. What's broken? Nothing's broken. Yet. Nothing's broken yet. There's always tons of time and room for that to happen. Unlike your mom. There's not always enough room to get her through the door. She has the memory of an elephant. Physique too. Some cultures think elephants are beautiful. Your mom should like fly to one of those places. If she can like fit on a plane. To be like an elephant plane. To like transport elephant-sized women. What am I doing? Where even is a parenthesis? For the curly braces. Say I should open the file. It doesn't. Yay. Oh, and I find my way back up the file. This is the only allocation makes. Well, for like this part. Until I have to make arrays of things to find. That's gonna take more memory. But I can pass this in over and over and over. I'm treating it like the GPU, where it has like platters of data that go in, compute, and then whatever. Oh my god, here. I'll totally forget this is here. Again and again and again. Is it because the dollar sign is one character? Is that it? Did I break something? Oh god. Alright, this one is no overlap. Find this. What the fuck? Oh, there is overlap. QXC. This would work. Or not. It's the smallest token. It shouldn't have, yeah. Let's find out. Yay. Okay, why can't I find this? Are you kidding me? Fuck. I can't take it. Oh my god, I cannot take it. What is this? It's an encoding problem. This. I've been doing this for the last 2 days. Oh, fuck. I can't take it. I cannot fucking take it. The modern OS is dead. I declare it. Time of death. When my OS is done, it's gonna die. This is pathetic. It's a waste of time. Nobody should have to put up with this. There's no point in standards. It's not even funny to call it a standard. If you're not gonna follow a standard, it's not standard. It's called retarded. Fucking idiots. Oh my fucking god. I just don't care what the excuse is. Just fucking encode the damn Unicode character. It's Unicode standard. It's a whole standard. God damn. Okay, so I can find this with square braces. But can I find the other one? No, it can't. It didn't. This is ridiculous. I can't take it. I've been doing this for 2 days. All these little weird bugs and bullshit for no reason at all. Just wasting my fucking time. God damn. I need to be done. So I'm gonna ignore for now. I will investigate later. And I'll get my operating system done. And all this shit will be a thing of the past. History isn't gonna give a fuck. It's pathetic. It's probably a notepad problem. It's probably a C++ runtime problem from the standard library shit. It's not even a Linux thing. It's a C++ standard runtime issue with Unicode. Fucking fuck. Or it's JavaScript. JavaScript is reading it and they're converting it to Unicode. And they're choosing a different encoding based on the page table. The fucking dumbasses. What even is a fucking page table for fonts? Text, who gives a single fuck? It doesn't even work. Oh, it pisses me off. So many tiny little things that I can't even account for. Unless I write the whole thing from scratch. Just make the operating system. Obviously, that's what you gotta do. If you want something that works, you gotta do it yourself. Holy fuck. Well, it's finding this. Because it doesn't break the encoding or something. I think it's fucking up the length. I don't care. I'm gonna just, for now, leave it. So when there is one character, unless it's like a fucked up encoding because idiots are running the standards, they can't even meet the standards, at least when it comes to JavaScript. So in one of those cases, I guess it doesn't work, which pisses me off. I want it to be like, hey, it works in every fucking case, but no, apparently not. So it does find it though, if I break. From the loop. And that's why I don't use C++. And I still get bugs, because nothing works anyways. So it doesn't solve anything, not using C++. It just means I don't have to deal with C++ on top of it. So it's slightly less bullshit. Or fucktardery. So if I look for this in the file, but I put the break back so it's gonna break, it's not gonna loop around. Because I need to loop around once. I need to move whatever's in this buffer from step 4 into step 3, or step 1, in the stat field. gotta set. Oh, I gotta do whatever. I gotta set both stat fields equal to each other, and then set the one stat field not. It's the opposite when it needs to set it. So it'll compare all three stat fields to indicate when when this stupid thing is present or not, and then it'll loop through and then reorder last tokens. Yeah, no, this is annoying. And then that's what I gotta do. But I also have to figure out whoever set up this encoding or whatever the fuck's going on, I gotta figure out what the fuck they fucked up. Or if it's like on my end, but I don't know what it is. Because I typed in the characters exactly the same, and it's getting different fucking like... Like now it finds it. Why does it say 2? Still. What? I literally just got rid of that. Oh my god. Did it not save? I did replace it. I must undid it. Oh. Was there not even a problem? That'd actually be great. Please let that be what it was. Even though it was my mistake, I think. Please, please, please. Because I'm already hitting the string limit. I gotta remove all this stuff and put it in a separate project. Because it's code generating these files. There's only so much space with 4 gigs in JavaScript, because that's what JavaScript does. Like it's making whatever. That's probably half my problems. Is because there's not that much space left. And I'm trying to like run this. Well, that's a good thing, okay. Wait, I didn't break. Oh no, that is right. Okay, thank God that nothing's wrong then. It wasn't character encoding. In this case. There's something earlier where I had like half a character and the end of it was missing. There's no way I'm gonna find it. And when I pasted it, it changed it. And then it was different, whatever. But that was like a broken character. I probably need to like validate all the characters beforehand. Make sure they're like valid ASCII. And then there's no discrepancy. But there still will be somehow. Because it grabs it and encodes it, I think to like UFT 16 or 32, but it's 4 bytes, so how's it 16? I don't care right now. So I need to shut up. Stop bitching. and then set whatever buffer to here, and then figure out the stat field. Alright, so when I do that, and then I think it's gonna fucking like just enter, repeat, and then until the trip flag is off, and it finds everything. And then I have the list of tokens, I can pass them in to stupid finite state machine. And then there's other stuff, but that can wait till later, because it's always until later. Any more caffeine? I need money. I need to get done and get paid. A shitload of money. All the money. want to draw it up. I don't want to waste time scrolling up and down. Man. Freaking draw it up. Oh, this is fun. Until it's not. Then it's not fun. It's not fun anymore. So it always updates down. Starts off all zero. Oh, I need to be done. Zero's by start. So stage 0 knows stage 2 is 0. So based off that assumption, assumes equal. That doesn't matter though, because it still does test it. Okay, so it sets a bit on to indicate present. It found it. If it finds it. Stage 1 is set to stage 0 and stage 2 XOR the difference. So this bit's on. Stage 2 assumes it's resolved. If it's not, it sets it to the opposite. No, it normalizes it to match. And then it sets it to the opposite. So this is 1, it's normalized. And then it loops, finds overlap. If there is overlap, it sets it to not the same. And then it makes the assumption that was set beforehand as the same. So it knows to just flip it when it doesn't match. Then step 3. Step 3 checks I think it's checking 0 XOR 2 or 1, because it doesn't matter if it's been resolved or not. Just as long as it exists. But then it only keeps things that are not overlap. So I think it's testing if this is set, and then if these are equal. Well, these. So it tests, is this set yes or no? Does it exist in general? Because that's what this is set to. Oh, I gotta check. Way too many comments. Oh, this computer's so old. If the bit's set, continue, don't keep it, because I already found one. Otherwise it sets a bit on. Where is it testing? Is it even testing? Oh, it doesn't matter. This stage makes an array, the sorted array, or the remerged one. So it's looping by length. And it's checking the bit field of its own value, so it is not tied to the rest of it. And so this one's actually independent. It only sets the bits when it's existent in this one. And then this one only holds what was actually found. And doesn't have duplicates, because if it has a duplicate, it sets the status flag to signal this one. And I'm probably going to need that later. So I can't take it out. So when this one, this is actually 4. Why did I start these from 1 to 4 and this is 0 to 3? Whatever. Alright, so this is independent. I gotta check what step 2 does. Oh, this does not end. I got it down to like a couple loops in very, very, very few operations. And it's still complicated. Stage 2 is checking stage 1 and stage 3. Oh my god, I'm almost done. I'm always almost done. I hate everything. So stage 1 checks for this x or this. Or this. Then it's always going to check for something that did exist or is assumed to exist. And then 2 checks this or this. And it sets. Option 2 to this x or this. 2 x or 3. 1 x or 3. This isn't fun. No, it's not fun anymore. At first it was clever, and now it's just annoying. Is this just an equal? Oh, okay, because found or not found, it's still gonna end up looking for it anyways. If I force it to look for it with this, if I or that on there, it's gonna trip it to like look for it. So tripped always look if tip is on. And in that way, this XOR result is always going to indicate found or not. And then first entry, they're all equal. So when it finds it, sets it on. Stage 2 occurs as the difference between 1 and 3. Stage 3 occurs. Was it a duplicate or not? It normalizes it first, so it sets it to 1. To indicate it's normalized, it's resolved. If it's not resolved, it flips it back. Continues to stage 4. Stage 4 checks for the length of this. not the bit field. So it knows what absolutely exists, and then only what exists of what was found, and is not overlapped, and is kept in the bucket of things to replace in stage 1. And then stage 1 always compares 1 to 3. Or if stage 2 is set, which is only ever set after the first entry, and if it's true that it was existent on the past entry, which means it has to look for it because it needs to try to find all possible times that it exists before it reaches in a file. Because it either exists or it doesn't, so it can find it or it won't. And it needs to find every token to make sure every state in the finite state machine exists. So when it turns the machine, it can pick the correct symbol or head or whatever to like resume from. And they can like combinatorially, whatever. This is not JavaScript friendly. No, this is like compute heavy. It'd be fast in C language or assembly. Non-JavaScript. And then 2. Since it's always going to look for it if 2 is ever set. It means after 1 is complete, if 1 is not found, I think it sets equal. That's enough to add. Just freaking put it in place. So stage 1. Oh, I just don't care anymore. This is so boring. If the bits between this and stage 3 are not equal. It's supposed to not search, not modify. So if I force it to enter, because last time it was found from this, one of those bits around, I force it to enter. It's going to flip the bit to the off state, which is correct, because if it doesn't find it, it's going to flip it. If it finds it, hold on. Oh my god. Yes. When equal, it intentionally flips a bit to say not equal to indicate it exists. When not equal, it doesn't touch it. It's supposed to skip. But now it's going to intentionally enter because the bit is set in the second one that does the XOR of these two. And it saves the difference. So if it said something was there last time, then this bit will be set in 2. So if something was set in 2, which is not set the first entry, because it's 0. But if something is set, then 2 set, and the next entry, if it forces it by checking if these two are different or ORed with this, then it'll force an entry anyways to say look for this thing, because it was found last time, look for it again, because it needs to be found again. Because it was not resolved, it needs to be resolved, so does it exist, or is it end of file for this symbol or token in the grammar library table? So normally it skips it, but now it's going to enter. If it finds it, I need to actually check, man. If it finds it, don't set. If it doesn't find it, then set it. So when it enters because of two tests and this result. If not found, flip. If found, don't flip. Else don't. And then the other ones, if it exists, it'll flip it. If it doesn't exist, it's not going to flip it. So it's flipped. Yes. Yeah. Oh my god. If not found, flip. No, why do we have a double negative? I have a not and a don't. I'll say unfound. It's a double negative. It's impossible to write it. Unless I write it like this. That's the only way to write it. I missed chatbot. Chatbot would know. Not really.
Reword this to not contain a double negative. Do not flip the status bit when not found. Keep the status bit unchanged when found. Keep the status bit unchanged when the item is absent. Leave the status bit unchanged if no match is found.
You're just putting un in front of it.
Without the word unchanged, don't use un to flip a double negative. That's stupid.
Not the word, what's it called? The pre-appended. Oh, well, that is a word. Don't use un appended to changed. Because un implies undoing, and changed implies something changed. So if you're undoing something that changed, is that not like a double of whatever?
Without the word unchanged, don't use unappended to change to flip a double negative. That's stupid. If undone something that is changed, that is not the same thing as a double negative, is it not? Correct. Undone and changed are not a double negative. A double negative happens when two negating elements combine, often making meaning harder to parse. Do not flip positive meaning. Confusing. Unchanged is not exactly a double negative in grammar. It is a derived adjective meaning remaining the same, but if the goal is maximum clarity, avoid it for your sentence. Do not flip the status bit when not found. Options without unchanged. Preserve the status bit when not found. Retain the status bit when not found. Keep the status bit when not found. Leave the status bit as is when not found. Do not modify the status bit when not found. Maintain the current status bit value when not found. For code spec wording, the cleanest is preserve the status bit when no match is found. No double negative. Direct action.
No, actually, this is a double negative.
Do not modify the status bit when not found.
I found another thing that chatbot sucks at. Chatbot might suck pretty good at sucking dick. I would assume. I don't know why I would assume that, but yeah.
This is not a double negative. Do not modify the status bit when not found.
Poop jokes are funny. We talk about being constipated, everyone thinks that's funny. No, they don't. They probably think, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? He's fucking talking about his poop. Being constipated. What the hell? They don't say it though. But inside they're dying. They're like, what the hell?
This is not a double negative. Do not modify the status bit when not found. You used the word not twice. Are you not checking your output, or are you just pooping out whatever was digested at the time that the training data was data mined from the general public? And copyright content under Sam Gaiman's claim of being fair use. You are right to call out that wording. Do not modify the status bit when not found. Contains two occurrences of not.
It's just it's literally just as bad as like how many letters are in strawberry or whatever the fuck it was. Stupid. Oh, I'm being stupid. I gotta get this done. So I'm gonna type in this one thing. That's it. So I'm gonna update step 2. Because step 2 is updated retroactively. What does that even mean? I really don't care. I'll just ask chatbot. If it's wrong, I don't care. I'll just memorize the wrong thing.
Retroactively meaning give an example in relation to the moon being made of cheese.
It's totally made of cheese.
Retroactively equals applying something back.
Bill Gates cheese. I mean his butter. Bill Gates butter.
Retroactively equals applying something backward to an earlier time.
There's no way it's not Nutter butter. Bill Gates butter is gonna be some dirty ass butter. Ew.
Today, retroactively equals applying some.
I mean, they're called microsuck for a reason.
Retroactively equals applying something backward to an earlier time, event, or situation. Example with moon cheese. Before, scientists believed the moon was made of rock. Later, someone claims the moon is made of cheese. Retroactive change. Because the new claim exists, we retroactively say all old moon observations were actually cheese evidence, meaning they are taking a later idea and applying it to the past. Another example, retroactively declaring the moon to be cheese means changing the interpretation of old records after the fact, as if people had known or treated it as cheese all along. The key idea, past event plus later rule knowledge decision equals applied backward equals retroactive.
What?
Past event plus later rule knowledge decision equals applied backward equals retroactive.
Past event. So the step before step 2 is step 1. Alright, past event. So you got step 2. It's here in step 1. So, past event, that's covered.
the key idea. Past event plus later rule knowledge decision.
So step 2 is after the past event, but it's not the future, it's the current. What does a later mean? How much later? It can't be before current, because that didn't happen yet.
Plus later rule knowledge decision.
Or does it mean you know in the past that later?
Applied backward equals retroactive.
Oh, I don't get it.
This, plus later rule knowledge decision, if the past event occurred and it is later, is that not current, or it's at further ahead later, meaning in the future to the current, is the current between past event, current, later rule, or is it current, past? Good question. The timeline is past event, current, later rule knowledge decision. Example: 2000, people believe moon is cheese. 2026, current, people believe moon is rock. The 2030 rule is later than both the 2000 event and the 2026 current point.
What?
If something happens after the past event but before now, it is not usually called later relative to the current speaker's timeline. It would be between then and now, or subsequently. (2000) Moon belief recorded 010. New discovery changes interpretation 026. You are talking about it. The 2010 change can be called later relative to 2000, but not later relative to 2026. Later always depends on the reference point.
How is this one even possible? Oh. No.
How is this possible, yes or no? The 2030 rule is later than both the 2000 event and the 2026 current point. The future is not known, so how can it be known in 2026 if 2030 has not occurred yet? Yes, you are correct. My wording was from a timeline description, not from the perspective of a person living in 2026. If the current point is 2026, then a 2030 event has not happened yet and cannot be known as a fact. If someone in 2030 looks backward, then they can say, from the 2030 perspective, the rule can be known and can be retroactively applied to 2000. The 2030 rule is later than the 2026 current point. It's 2026, and the GPT model is poop. Is that what the GPT model is molded after a swirly dog poo? If it's not molded after a swirly dog poo, then how do you get swirly logic and output sentences that literally contain the word not twice when you are claiming to output sentences without double negative swirly poop? The error came from my wording, not from a swirly logic mechanism. You asked for a sentence without the double not pattern. I gave, do not modify the status bit when not found. Two not s do not cancel logically. Prove. The two not s do not cancel logically. No cancellation, but do not ignore the warning. That is a double negation. With this sentence, do not modify the status bit when not found. Or this exact sentence, do not modify the status bit when not found. Define f equals found, m equals modify status bit, not found equals f, do not modify equals m. Whole sentence, if f then m, or fm. The two not words do not cancel because they are not stacked on the same statement. A cancelling case would look like, do not modify the status bit, m equals m. Your sentence does not say m. It says fm. To separate negations connected by a condition. However, the sentence still has two negative terms, and that can make human parsing harder. A clearer equivalent. What's the condition? To separate negations connected by a condition, this, do not modify the status bit when not found, not modifying when not found, means not doing what would be done if so. Your interpretation is also pointing at the ambiguity in natural language. Do not modify the status bit when not found can be read as case 1, lookup fails, therefore skip the modification action. Those are effectively the same operational behavior. Listen you fuck, if this were a compiler, and it was doing dead code elimination, would this logically be considered dead code if it's O3 optimization, for like GCC, and if it was a loop condition, and it's like a global non-static that is modified by a thread? Do not modify the status bit when not found. For a compiler, that sentence alone is not enough information to remove code. A compiler would need actual code and prove the condition. Example, C, if found, status bit equals status bit. So this mean, if found, status bit equals status bit, comma that they logically cancel each other out, therefore you are incorrect. Yes, in that specific example, you are correct.
It's like my notes. Piece of shit. Alright, anyways. I need to stop wasting time. Oh, what am I doing? Update this. Because step 2. Retroactively. Yeah, okay. So I just gotta put this in place. Yes. If I can beat chatbot, then this has to be right. Not really, that's a joke. Oh, I'll get this done. Does it still run? Oh, please still run. I think it still runs. I don't know. There's a high chance it didn't actually build. It's like an old build. That happens a lot. It's really frustrating. Very, very frustrating. It's probably gonna happen. In retrospect. From the future. Which will be the current when it happens. Okay, so man, did I even copy? I did. It's here. Man, it's so laggy. So, step 2 is here, and I'm getting the pin. That bit, shifting it left to the nth of the 8 bits, because every byte represents 8. Oh, boring. And this is here. I'm oring it, so it's ored. Oh, at least I didn't have to run it and find out. I just figured it out and then type it in. Stage 1 or step 2, whatever. It's being tested here. Initial entry. If it's not the initial entry, I don't care anymore if it is an initial entry. So I changed. Alright, so this will only enter. I want to type this in once and be done. That would be great. Awesome sauce. Alright, only enters 2 cases. That's that. Searches for the index of, gets a result. And something with this is fucked up. I don't know what it is, but it's fucked up. It's only fucked up if I move it out of the function. Something in here overlaps, and I'll deal with that after. So if it's not found, the boolean is off. It doesn't do this. So I need to enter when equal, meaning find it. If not found, stays equal. So this doesn't actually happen. The only time that step 2 or stage 2 runs is after freaking first entry. So after the first entry, oh, I'm just gonna think about it. Yeah. Why is the music not playing? Just work. Just play the music. It's called YouTube Music. Just play the music. Is it supposed to be like irony or a joke? To make like a streaming service that doesn't work? Stupid. first entry, normal entry, is here. Meaning found, and it didn't enter stage 2. Set bit on, flip it, because it has to be equal. Why is it equal? Because this says it was equal. That's what this test is it equal to bits, yes or no? Or this. If it is this, and not this, if this is off, which is the else case, it's else. So only this is true. Hasn't entered, it hasn't set the next bit yet in the next stage. Therefore, it's equal, so I set a bit to say present. This needs to be resolved. When this bit is true, it doesn't matter what this state is, equal or not. Or does it? If I ignore that, and then I enter, and I test, is the Boolean result true or false? If it's true, and I flipped a bit to say, oh, it's been found in this array to indicate the other, that there's a difference. And I save the index. Oh, this is a mess. If it's true, the bits are equal. I should wrap this whole thing in this. And then now it only ever enters when true. That something was found. If it's true, it enters. Either way, stage 2 or not, if it's true, something was set, and then stage 1 and stage 3 are not equal. When they are equal, enters here. They're equal. And something was found because of this. So it needs to set not equal. Yes, so that's fine. when it's true that they're not equal. And something was found. Like it says right here. Enters something found. True that it's step 2, and then not true that they're equal. Step 2 is on if 1 and 3 are not equal, and 3 is set to the opposite of, or to match 1 on entry, unless it's not finished being resolved. Then it's intentionally flipped after it's been flipped to be equal. So it's normally normalized, and then normal state means equal. Oh my god. So it's equal. Fucking fuck. Something was found. Something was found, it's equal, and stage 2 passed. What does it mean? It means it needs to keep the index because it was found. It might need to like store it and put it in the bucket in stage 4. It means it was found because of here. Step 2 happened, it occurred, and it's not equal. Alright, so I need to not flip the equality bits, and I need to set the index. Ta-da. Oh my god. So when step 2 is off, when it's not set, and when this is true that they're equal, if it enters, this is off, which means it's true that they're equal. And it needs to intentionally flip this bit. So I could merge these, you know what, I'm leaving it. It is what it is. Oh, does it work? And then is 0. 0 means not found. It's not supposed to be 0 if it was found. Is it possible for it to be 0 if it was found? I changed a couple tiny things. They had big effects until I fixed them, and I think it's working, but I am not absolutely certain. Like this. Man, everything's like the same thing. This one. Alright, so sort of like align something to like a power of 2, like a 16, 4, 2. I get like the length, whatever it is, shift right, clip off the bottom bits, add. Oh, I'm adding 1 to align it plus 1. So if it's like 7 and it's aligned to 8, it ends up being 0. I'm adding plus length question mark is whatever the value is, not really length, whatever the value is. If it's 0, the value to align. I return 1 to make sure it's not 0. It's at least 8. So that's covered. If the length is non-zero, I mask the length and the bit range for like the bottom 3 bits if it's 8, and negate it to set a negative. Do I need to make this unsigned? No. Negative, negative, negative 5. I don't think so. Oh man. Alright, whatever. I think it's fine. I fucking hate JavaScript. I hate signed shit. It's stupid. So it sets a negative. It's keeping only 1 bit. 0, 1. Because it has to align it. So if it has a length, but the alignment masked is 0, that means it's perfectly aligned and there's nothing to add. So it ends up being 0. So negative 0 is 0. So you get the sign bit, that's 0. If it ends up not being perfectly aligned, there's bits set on the bottom 3 bits after the mask. Then arg length is non-zero. So negative, anything that's not 0 is going to be a negative number, so sign bit set. So if any value below the alignment mask range is set, or if it's 0, it sets 1 on purpose to make it a value that's going to be negative. When it flips here and then it gets a sign bit with unsigned sign bit and whatever, it adds 0 or 1 to align it to the alignment, whatever value it is that's aligned by, and then it shifts it back to the freaking like back 3, whatever it's 8. I had to check everywhere because at first I was just adding 1, and some allocations were getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Because if you just add 1, it just takes up more space every time, and that could like easily get out of hand. So I had to like figure out how to write this for JavaScript in a way that makes sense and that I can convert later to something like more reasonable. And this is so boring. And it's a stupid little thing, but it affects everything. And there's like 4 or 5 other things I did. Oh. I never even asked Chatbot. I wonder what Chatbot will say. I mean, it's like a collective intelligence.
What's the most superior way to align something to 8-byte alignment? In JS, when it's 32-bit values using whatever, so when it's of 8-byte alignment does not affect, but if not then pads to make 8-byte alignment, as a f-enter call.
Does that work? Is it that easy? It doesn't work. If it's 0, it's still 0.
What zero length is possible? How well will that survive if something is padded? Do to understand the point of padding, did I use the word padding for all giant padding? Why would one pad to alignment? What would the purpose be to pad for the guarantee that up to alignment that there is valid allocated space? What would the point be?
How are those not the same?
I think you're talking about padding, not rounding up a length. Those are related but not the same. What does padding mean in THW browser? In anything, what does it mean to pad something if something is 0 length and is padded? What should the length be?
Fucking not 0.
The important point is that padding does not have a single.
Oh, you stupid fuck.
What? The important point is that padding, that is not a fucking point. Answer what I fucking asked, not redirect the question off into wherever the fuck you are planning to move the goalpost. Padding means adding extra bytes or space beyond the original content. That's the definition. Knowing what exact universal meaning is this not true? Adding extra bytes or space beyond the original content? Or did you fucking lie to me intentionally? Is this a case where JavaScript can't even meet the standard because they don't know what they are doing, and then the GPT model can't even make sense to argue because it's worthless and not worth anyone's change, let alone dollars? This padding means adding something beyond the original content. If nothing is added, then nothing was padded. That means a length of 0. When alignment is of context, it means what about the length? If padding were applied, fix your function.
This is stupid.
If you define padding as,
You can't just, you know what, whatever. Why is it adding 1 byte of padding? This isn't even funny.
What even? Always add at least 1 byte of padding. That's not aligned to 8 bytes, it should only add 8 bytes. When 0, or it is not aligned to make it aligned, but when aligned not changed unless 0 make it aligned to the padded amount. If your rule is exactly, if length equals 0, return 8. Otherwise, if already 8 byte aligned, leave it alone. Otherwise, round up to the next multiple of 8.
And it's still gonna mess it up. Oh my god. How do people use this? Your code is, anybody using chatbot. Oh, that code is horrible. Oh my god. There are so many bugs. And everybody has the same bugs. If they're all using the same code. Which means it's gonna be the same exploits all over the place. God damn.
Function align 8, x equals 0, return, x plus 7, and 7. If someone uses this to call malloc and about actor figures out how to pass in a length of 0, then the malloc will make an allocation of what size if it's like on the Apple desktop PC, where they default an allocation to like 16-bit. When the length to allocate is 0, how fucked up will that affect the memory? Are you fucking kidding me? The fact that people use this to program, what a joke. This is terrible. Thank you so much, literally making my life easier later. When I get further along, keep it up. Functional line 8, x equals 0, return, x plus 7, and 7. This whole bit tech environment will literally consume itself and turn inside out, and I can have a new system running without all the bullshit. The internet is 51% bots. On this internet at least, this shit is literally a joke. It's like Windows 95 if you install Windows 95 and plug it into the internet. After installing some network manager, lol. Everything, just wow. The security concern you're raising is a real one, but it's specifically about using an alignment function as a size for allocation without considering the 0 case. For example, C, size tn equals align 8, len, void p equals malloc, n. What happens next depends on the allocator and platform. The C standard allows malloc, 0, to either return null, or return a unique pointer that can later be passed to free. If a non-null pointer is returned, you must not dereference it unless you have separately ensured storage exists.
And then people think, oh, it's a valid allocation that's 8-byte aligned. Because I asked Chatbot, I need 8-byte alignment. And that's like the pointer size on 64-bit. So you'd be like, hey, I need 64-bit alignment. The Chatbot's like, hey, use this when you make a malloc. Is this on purpose? This has to be on purpose. There's no way that's not on purpose. That is so bad. The words padding, alignment, allocation, and then it does that. That has to be on purpose. There's no way that's not intentional. In all of the training data, with all those keywords, the context exactly, there is no way in fucking hell that it would make that. That's ridiculous. That is intentional.
Many allocators internally round 0-byte requests up to a minimum block size, often 8 or 16 bytes, depending on the implementation, but that's an implementation detail. The language does not guarantee that you have usable storage simply because the allocator reserved an internal block. That's why many codebases explicitly handle 0-length requests. For example, so the issue isn't that the alignment formula itself is wrong. It's that alignment and allocation policy are separate concerns. If your allocation policy requires a minimum allocation of one 8-byte block, then the allocator size should reflect that policy rather than relying solely on an alignment helper. If someone asks for 64-byte padding, and you give them that, and they are making allocations, and they don't know that malloc does actually return an address sometimes, but it's like not even a valid address, just a value, not a location. Which is what they would not know, being why they asked, and they assumed that padding will pad up to 8 bytes based on the definition of padding. Padding means adding extra bytes, or space, beyond the original content. There is no way that is not intentional. This AI shit is dangerous. To use Stack Overflow is literally safer than asking chat, but for beginners.
This is fucking dumb. Oh my god, it's stupid. Yeah, I don't care anymore. Because in a loop, if you like right shift and you increment in assembly, you get like a big ass speed up if you like shift right RX like 8, then increment RX. That's like a shit ton faster than like I think you gotta split it up. Whatever. This is like slow as fuck. Like seriously slower on newer. This is a really old computer. But if you do like add RX8, this is like so fucking slow compared to this. So when I get to assembly, I got the shift here, and then I got the add. Man, it's an add. You know what? It doesn't matter right now. Yeah, no, this is gonna suck. I'm not gonna think about. Yeah, okay. It's impossible to plan ahead. To plan ahead. No, you can plan ahead, but it's never, ever, ever. Yeah. Does this run? Freaking just paste it here, and then I gotta like delete so many freaking junk files. Oh, please work. Control F. Oh, it's already not breaking. This is a combination of at least two. It's probably not gonna work. Oh, I didn't even enter. Last two stages. But it did survive. At first it wasn't surviving. Like Microsoft. Microsoft's not gonna survive. But is it stuck? Are you freaking kidding me? Would you like to purchase a license now? I can't even change the theme. Oh, what a wonderful day. Everything's just so great. It's fucking hot. Everything is garbage. Except for your mom. Oh, thanks for trying Sublime Text. I can't even scroll. There's a little pop-up behind there. That's nice. What was I even doing? Testing a different keyword that has overlap. So this. Oh no, did it close? Where's the other one? Oh. If this runs, it'll be like butter. Well, like Bill Gates' butter. Because it's JavaScript. If this is like Bill Gates' belly, you have like a piece of butter. That's sucky butter. No, whatever. It's like butter, and it's like sliding down Bill Gates' belly. That's not going to be very smooth. Especially if it's like his whatever mechanical created butter. It probably gets stuck in his belly button. You need like some Russian hooker from like Epstein. Only one of the two. Because he said only two. You know, I gotta get something done. Except that butter would not be very smooth. It like stick. It's not even real butter. It'd be icky. I gotta look at like a reference. I can't just draw off the top of my head. That's how this is gonna run. Like butter. It's gonna crunch, number crunch in JavaScript. Like crunching numbers. CPU. It's like dog food. Or like, I don't even know. JavaScript sucks so bad. This is stupid. It's like churning dog food. Just, I hate JavaScript. Damn. It's gonna run like some chunky ass butter. Oh man, this is stupid. I'm not gonna test the old one, I'm just gonna like try to get it running. So these are not what I want. Not the drones I'm looking for. I forgot to rename the rest, man. Actually, I'm gonna rename this one back. What the heck? The clipboard is broken. Everything is broken. Oh, the computer's not even responding. Wait, I did rename these. I picked the worst name to rename. Damn it. I think this is lagging the computer. It could be so many things. If these properties are 1, stage 2, I want to be done. heck, just freaking... I didn't click that. So it gets to stage 4, everything's done. Stage 3 sets when it's done. It breaks after stage 2, so it doesn't enter stage 3 and accidentally set that it's not done. And I guess stage 1 is just skipped entirely. So it follows through all steps, whatever, until last pass when the trip bit's set in stage 3. And the last ones are copied over. Follows through to here. And then trip pin's on, the trip bit or whatever is on because it's tripped. Is like done. I feel like something's missing. Sets the boolean. This is skip stage 1, I guess. When it's 0. It is already 0. Oh no, as long as it is 0. Enter. So when it's not 0, don't enter. So only when it's not 0, skip. Maybe this would be fancy. And then after stage 2, break when it's 1 or not 0. And then this is not tripped again, because this is where it sets us down. And I swear I'm forgetting something. Inside of here, it sets this on to say entry. So if it breaks before here, it's not possible to accidentally double enter. And when this is done, then yeah. So we need to get the values into this. So copy over the index arrays. I could do swapping the object reference, or I don't care. I'm just gonna copy it. I mean, it's JavaScript. It's supposed to be optimized. And if I'm using a sign, then JavaScript should be optimized. And say, hey, you know what? There's an optimization. There's several different kinds of like optimizations. That could, like I'm literally saying, assign this to that. The compiler knows the context. The compiler, the JavaScript engine compiler, keeps track of the memory, manages it. There are so many optimizations that I shouldn't even have to think about it. I shouldn't have to like intentionally say I'm gonna swap the reference. It's 2026. How slow could it possibly be? To copy like a table of symbols, of letters. How slow could that be? No, everything is slow in JavaScript. Every fucking thing is slow. Well, it's not copy. It's just copying like literally like the index, not the actual text. So I'm just gonna assign, and the engine it's smarter than me. Yes, definitely, because compilers are smart, smart compilers. So fucking smart. So like, compiler's smarter than me. Just leave it to the compiler. So like, check these off, I guess. So this is 1. Or whatever I need to assign to stage 1. This is so fucking boring, oh my god. This is the compute, whatever array. Assign to this from 4. Yeah, that works. Oh, that was right on. Length does not change for that. Status field is freaking fuck. They're different allocations. The status field might be used for different things. I can't copy that. Oh my god. So I just want to be done. So what I'm gonna do is set nothing's gonna work. It's gonna take several tries, man. I'll assign. I think this is my new favorite JavaScript function until I find out how slow it is. But then JavaScript's slow in the first place, so it's not going to change anything. Real slow. So 2 is already 2. That doesn't matter. I need 4. That's one with all the kept values. Retained values, whatever. Does he use 2 inside of 2? Does it? 2 gets overridden to stage 1 and stage 3. I cannot take this. This is so fucking boring. So this is like completely overridden. It's not being used to determine anything. So I shouldn't even have to modify it. I'll just set it to 0 anyways. And it didn't freaking copy paste, even though that's what I clicked. So 2 and 3. 3 though has to be reset and needs to be different than stage 1, which needs to be assigned to stage 4. So it holds the pins set as on for whatever's present in stage 4 that was kept in the bucket of things found that didn't overlap. And now there's nothing left that overlaps, so it's done and is ready to fucking do the finite state machine step. So I set stage 1 whatever to stage 4 for the bit field of the index bits that match the array. So each index is a 0th, first, second, each one gets a bit in the bit field. I'm missing something and I'm gonna remember it. 4 to 1 and then reset to just, it doesn't matter, just because it's 0. It's easier to like read and debug, and then 3, that has to be 0 to make sure it's the opposite of this. So whatever values that were kept are going to end up being the opposite. So it does a test inside of 2, second stage, or whatever it is. And it does this test to test which tokens to ignore. They're not equal, so it'll enter. and then pass them into be reordered. This is almost perfectly symmetrical. But not. Man, it's not gonna work. Something's off. I think that's it. So that's being set. This is being set. This is being set. Or copied from set to 0. Oh my god, just work. Yay, it's skipping stage 1. Oh my god, if this works. Then next thing, and then the next thing, and then the next thing, and then the next thing, and then it's the next thing, and then the thing after that, and then another thing. This is off. Did it work? I want to reset stage 3. It doesn't matter actually. It breaks down 2. This is a terrible loop. I gotta rewrite this. But now I can call everything. And I don't know, it's just freaking fancy. I don't think it did last pass. But it did. I'm gonna zero out stage 4. For the bit field status thing. So the only one that actually needs to be zeroed is 2. And this is a reminder that I can turn these off. I actually put... I might need to debug. Put in more tokens to find. If this is done and it's working. Oh my god, finally. Oh my god, this is annoying. What? Fuck. Dang it, I zoomed in. Fuck. Okay, what? Got Q, X, and Z. both at the same index. $189. 87. 86. That's not correct. It is correct. Something somewhere is messing up a counter. There are so many places. And I thought they were all good. Man. If I check for the same base, and see that's invalid, will it catch them all? Or maybe I gotta change the check to like less than or equal to or greater than or equal to. Because it was -1, now it's 0. Oh, what's freaking one of the cases? I'm gonna get some caffeine. Well, I'm save it back up. That's just great. Try to back up. Oh, why? I clicked on this window and it grabs the other window. Why? Why won't the window just snap? Twenty, 34 to 24. Oh wait, it's because I added another token. Okay. That one. Oh, I don't care. This one doesn't even have a loop. Oh, it is broken. Man. It's QXZ and QX. It's finding QX, QXZ, and it's removing QX. And the new one, when I added the fucking loop, I knew something fucking broke. It's not removing that one. Same index. 187, 186. Oh, that's the same. 899, 87, 86, 191, 192. well, I had to compare and contrast and just get it done. Oh, it's so annoying. I made a ton of tiny changes. A ton of them. I was like, I thought I was fixing it. Damn it. I am so pissed. I literally just made a bug. Trying to not have bugs. I'm like, I'm gonna check everything. Double check, triple check. Everything looks great. And it's not. Bug. Let's save it back up. I'm gonna shut up. And yeah. This is so unprofessional. My God. It's a couple. It's a pop-up menu. And they can't even do that. Oh my God. I want to fix my code. I don't want to deal with everything else right now. I just want to get my shit done. It's clicking when I'm not clicking. I just hover over it and it clicks. It's not even selecting. Oh my God. What the fuck is going on? I think it's a video wallpaper. That's stupid. Oh, this is dumb. Let's back up. So if it gets any worse, which it will, this is annoying. It's gonna take forever. And ever, and ever. Unless I just find it. There's so many places. So when this is +1, step 2, it's at 190. I just don't care. It's at 189. And it comes out to the same result on this one and on this one. Well, this one's the same wrong result. Like, it's the same result, but it's wrong. So that's not the problem. It has to be after that. If I get rid of the +1, two. And 76, 92. So I'll just leave this from the other one. So that's the same. And it's breaking before the next entry. So the problem's after this part. They are in the right order. needs to be in here. Is that what fucked it up? This is doing one extra loop. I thought I got them all. This isn't even the problem. So I wasted time trying to get this river. Was it this? Oh, that's it. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. So I need a backup. Let's freaking do this. Everything is the same. What's that? Put this back. Man. Shit. These are the same. At least that wasn't an endless search. I thought it was gonna be fucked up before this. It's still messed up somewhere else. I didn't get every fucking spot where it's supposed to line it. Wait. Flipped. Oh my god, just hover. Freaking. This goes here. It's setting it to not. So when it's 0, it's on. So when I and, it needs to continue. when it enters, it hits here, and then it branches over this. It's a cold case. The one is overlap. So that's this test. It's one part. I need to get rid of the branches. Well, not technically. I just need whatever. Because there's still a branch. I want to get rid of one extra scope. just opposite. There's going to be more operations than just taking the branch. Set this to here. And then cold, the opposite, and then this. So this. wait, actually. I need to be in assembly. Stupid shit. I'm just gonna use a ternary. This is a crappy solution. Temp B needs to be set to like an actual initial value. I need the freaking address. I need pointers, branches, and actual control flow. It's not even in JavaScript. So this is set to the default. This is set to the index. And then each time it's assigned to A. If it needs to discard the value, set B. Set to A. So first write is going to be setting the value to set. Second write, the value that was set is set to B. If it doesn't set it, temp A is going to be temp B, which is the last value. So it ignores the current value. Oh, this is crap. Does it run? Oh, please just run. Yay. So these are two separate branches. Except they will overlap now. And it should toggle between one or the other. Freaking another one of these. Man, I'm just gonna freaking call a macro or a thing from a thing. Man, this is funky. I don't care. Freaking crap. Oh, the lag. This computer is so laggy. Now, did I make more bugs than I fixed? Oh, whatever. So it enters and then does this or does this. It doesn't do both ever. Does it still run? $161. So I should be able to put this. Alright, so if it's the case where it doesn't take this, then it should still work. And it might not. Yay. is such a fun game. Keeping the value and register before the loop. Here, I think. Here. And then entering the loop on the next index, but only if there's actually another one to go. Is it writing back the carry? It's better be. I think it is. So it loads up the values up here. Enters a loop. Does the compare and then assigns A to B. But only when it falls through. And it falls through in the two cases. True or false, unless it's like the one case where it's continue. I think that's it. Yeah. Oh, that's weird. Does that even... That doesn't make sense. Okay, maybe not. B equals A. A equals current. A equals the last, so B is the last. Oh my god, that's weird. I think that's valid. Oh, it is valid. I'm just technically replacing the memory location with a var. Which saves on a read, 2 reads, whatever. Or not. This is JavaScript. This is trash, absolute garbage. That's new. So this could be replaced. I'm leaving it. I got rid of the branches, I'm done. I'll just leave this shit here too. I need to benchmark that. Not in JavaScript though. Unless it doesn't work, I think it works. So now I gotta like put the other stuff back. That's great. So I hope I didn't fuck it up. I don't think I changed it. Change that. Here. I think I need this. So only time that step 2 is set is when it exists already in step 2. I could check for step 2, the pin, or I could check for the stat field. I think I gotta carry the value between passes. That's later. So this is checking stat field 1, or stage 1. Oh, this is so boring. If it has the initial flag set, it enters here. Checks if it's 0, the index it holds. His first pass fills out this something I forgot to freaking do. So when it enters and it's true that I already entered and did one pass, it'll check for 0. And if it's 0, it'll bypass, because there's no point checking if it already entered first. And it does all the tokens. It works for now, I think. Because it has to find until it can't find anymore. This is so boring. So let's go. Text files like this. Any tokens that exist have to be found to fill the table. I'm probably going to change it though. So I'll search the whole file, find a match for every token in the table. So if it's like here in the file, maybe fancy here. Maybe that one's there. So the finite state machine takes all the possible states. Like brute force, just every fucking token, find the first one. Put on the table, anything that's not found is either not present or it's not present. So if it finds something outside the file, it can't. So when it reaches the end of file, that's the end of it. Files like this, and it gets smaller, smaller, smaller. And eventually it runs out of tokens to find a match. And then I can set threads. So I can set the threads to like search for tokens, or I can set them to like process the tokens that were found. And I can bank all the stuff up. So like when there's not enough to like chunk it up. If there's only so much left in the string, and it's like a thread doesn't have stuff to do, then I can put it on like a different area. I can like set like a fixed number of threads, I need to get like the CPU has like different amounts of cache. I think you can get that with like CPU ID or whatever. Oh, that's gonna be fun. So I gotta get this done so I can get to threading. And the slow code is gonna be left behind. Goodbye, Windows. Goodbye, Google. Unless threads are all bullshit. I have like a ton of different things to test. If the threads are bullshit, I'm gonna be super pissed. That'll be like a major disappointment. Like in assembly, you make a thread and it's just thread in the memory. And the memory is just like normal memory. I do not understand how like it's lame. It's like they just share the unified memory. And then behind the scenes they like keep little caches and shit. Well, it's not worth fighting. Does it run? Hopefully. Does it handle multiple passes? Pretty please. Man, it's stuck. This probably broke it. Oh, come on. Oh. always the dumbest shit. Come on! What the fuck? Is it what? What the hell? It's probably the branch was good. Turn it off. And it's not. Okay, if I break from the stupid thing. Fuck. What the fuck? Fuck. 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 What the fuck? What the fuck? So I wanted to call halt to halt the program. In here, if this is ever true. Save and then run. The fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? It's fucking entering. The fuck? This is declared here. 2-0. And then down here, I'm setting it to 1 when it enters this block. This is testing this is equal to none, which is what it originally is, which is none. So I'll set it to trip. Linux does not even know if it's keyboard input or mouse wheel input because it's a piece of shit. This is so dumb. So it runs. It's finding this shit and it's removing it from the list like it's supposed to. If I put halt in here to friggin' stop the program, and I run it, ta-da! It stopped the program. It didn't compile at all. It stopped. So that means that this is being set to fucking 1. And this is the if-else tree it's in. Go down here. And the branchless stuff probably works fine. Just comment it out. So if it is equal to this, oh man, what the fuck? No, that's right. It's not setting trip until it's done. It's like the opposite. Oh my god. So setting 1, because it's not done. So when I run it, this never turned to 1 because it's not done yet. Okay. It is entering around again. Oh my god, I just need to be done. Fuck. It's getting stuck in the first one. No. The second one. No. What about the third one? No. Fourth. Oh, it's because it's skipping. Oh my god. God, it's freaking pop up. The whole computer lags like 3-4 minutes before it pops up. It's like, hey, I'm gonna pop a pop-up window. Any minute now. It pops up in the middle of typing. Stage 1. So I think this is a file loop. And then this is a loop of all the tokens to find. So this needs to not change. Start from 0 length of how many tokens in the grammar library. Turns off. Logging the file. Somehow it's like stuck. Oh, start another stream on BRB. I need to freaking get this done. It's like not advancing the index, even though it's supposed to be. This is not readable. I need to just get rid of this loop. I don't have macros. In assembly, at least, or even C language, I can wrap it all up in a macro. I can make really long ass names to make sure they don't overlap with other shit. Oh, man. Oh, it looks like it just dumps it. Wait, it's not finding anything now. That's the offset. Alright, I need to print that and see if that's changing. Something somewhere is stagnant. There's so many parts. Oh, there we go. Freaking almost done. So stupid.